Good morning. Hello. I am alive. Hope everyone's having a good day. Let's get into it. That was a hiccup. Good morning, Magnus. All right. Yummy. Sorry, as soon as I started the stream, I was like, oh, I'm hungry. I went and ate. Now I'm here. Hello. Good morning, Arctic. All right. So I did this off stream yesterday, but we've gone ahead and started combining all the little tail shapes. This looks pretty good. Get a little lazy about that. Yeah. Hello. We'll be on camera today. Been long enough. Okay. Yum, 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 yum. So, what are we doing? We're gonna get this ready to bake. Pretty good. Use a bit of work. Clean up these normals. So that's a little odd. Figured out how to fix a weird issue in my world. No surprise, it's past me thinking they're being very clever and creating problems for current me. Yeah. Easy fix, at least. What was the issue? So that's a quad right there, so that's pretty good. This is also a quad now. I'm going to do this. Well, actually, no, I want that. I want that. Okay. Maybe I'll just do this. Very crunchy right here. Hello, Kabar. Welcome. Morning. So I want to make something interactable. So made hand trackers that attach the colliders to players' hands, but they were colliding with everything, not just the items they were supposed to interact with. Gotcha. So made a bigger collider around the item and had it as a trigger to turn the hand collider on off. So now they're off by default and not causing shenanigans. I see what you mean. You made them invisible. Oh, you okay? I think I was holding her funny there. I'm gonna have to move you in a little bit because you do that. You lay directly on my neck. Gross my neck out. Very crunchy there. Luffy baby! The other one's around here somewhere. Oh, he's on his chair. He's not a big fan of the traffic noises. Okay. So we got the tail. This one will be our tail low poly. I'm going to duplicate this collection. Do another one for tail poly. Call this one tail low. And tail high. Hello. And what are we gonna do? It's honestly in a weird spot because we've done all these subdivisions and stuff. Okay. Have a thought. So we did this one as the high poly. Let's delete that for now. Now we have the tail tufts in their own collection. We have this one, which is the tail normal proxy. It's kind of the original shape. If I have tab, you can see the original shape there. But you know what? I think I will do a multi-res. I'm going to unsubdivide. I'm not going to do that. Delete that. Okay. Either way. This one still has all these booleans on here. So I'm going to duplicate this and then clear. And remove this one. We'll call this tail base shape. Okay. And move this one to tail components. So we have tail tufts, tail components. Is this pre-subdivision? Yes, it is. Okay. So that's the one we actually want. Okay. So tail mesh. But above tail tufts. Okay. A little confusing, but now we have those. Good. We're going to go into tail high poly, make a new object. Call this one tail high. Save, go to geometry nodes. We're going to make a new geo node. What we're going to do is lose our spot in the collections because it's a gigantic list. All right, we're going to combine two collections. We have the tufts and the tail mesh. So take these two objects, I'm going to connect them here. So now we have all the instances. Let's just join them and display them. Okay. Very cool. So, before we do anything else, we're going to subdivide. Actually, might as well do it to both of them. We're going to realize our instances. We're going to subdivision surface. I do want to do this separately. Because one of these needs to sample the normals. Do that. So I will set mesh normal, do free, then we'll sample nearest surface for vector. There's the normal. And we'll put this right here. Okay. And we join. Okay, so look, we got this really nice blending now. Looks pretty good. But, fortunately, I don't want to bake these kind of odd broken normals for substance. So what we'll do is we'll scale, or we'll mix the vector between the normal of our original and then this new normal here. Put that in. And how are we going to mix them? Well, we have this factor, so we can slide between them, or we can do a proximity. And we use the distance as the fall off. Add that range. I think map range. Yeah. That pushes it this way. There we go. Pretty. Could actually lower that maximum output. Something like that. Just to do that again. Okay, that'll look a lot nicer for our bake. I actually could have done that with a remesh modifier too. And I may need to later. I'm interested to see how this bakes. We could get a very sharp ambient occlusion line, which we wouldn't get with a nice remesh. Excuse me. Yeah, it's a little complicated, so we'll leave that for now. Okay. What we'll do instead is look at our low poly one more time, and let's UV map this. Boom. Pretty straightforward. Take the bottom here, which which looks crunchy. Let's space it evenly. Put my cursor here. Switch to cursor snapping. Let's take all the kind of non spikes. I'm just gonna even them out a little. A lot of points right there. Okay. So now we can bake that. I'm torn between doing a separate texture for the tail or one large texture. Either way, I need to do the high poly block out for different colors. We're going to do that same method I did before, and we'll use the low poly as a starting point. Otherwise, I'm just going to waste a lot of time redoing stuff. Let's go to layout. Boom. So the low, we will subdivide and break wrap. High poly. A little bit of offset. A little bit more. Not working properly, so make sure we're above the surface. Okay. See how that goes. Well, it's not going to go great. But, well, if we're baking the ID map through vertex colors, might actually be a little bit easier because I could paint the high poly with one vertex color and then do like a strip only where I need it. Okay, let's give that a shot. So if we go here, I'm actually going to delete the materials, which to do that, I would need to go to the tufts here, remove the material, and copy the materials. I do it this way. Perfect. Now they don't have any material, and neither does this one. Here, go to, I need to mesh it. Duplicate this. We're going to send this one to tail components. On this one, we'll just mesh it. Then we can go here. That's good. Color, face corner, boom, and we'll do. Let's do black. That's fine. Good morning, Kibo. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Do a remesh. 2, 3. Remesh. Boom. All right, then we'll go to vertex paint. Paint. Set. It's got an odd little shine. Maybe I should not have done base corner. Should have done vertex. That looks the exact same. Not sure why that is. Okay, how do I want to do this? We're going to bake vertex colors. Vertex colors will give us the ID mask for quick texturing. We're making the high poly version. Do I need to do it this way? No, I could have used the simpler version. I don't have to remesh. Could just keep it right here. And we can still vertex paint. But it is still setting it to, that doesn't matter. Turn the reference. And vertex paint. We're going to start with the base. Say paint, set vertex color. I do actually have a I guess it'd be texture paint. Up here. That's not any different. Okay. Then sample this color. Very cool. Oh, sorry. Is that color the same as that one? Yeah. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Goodness. Symmetry. Enable symmetry. Paint it in. We don't need everything, but we need just a general outline. That's all we need. I guess that could go both ways too. It's gonna be really annoying to try to make a perfect like sleeve to fit over that, so do it this way instead. All right, so now re-enable this one. I don't really need any of this data. We'll call this one I underscore tail pattern. Okay, let's make a plane. All right. The tail down a little. I guess that's fine. That's right. Okay, so the collar is going right here. So this section, everything right here, should be right here. And why don't we just start with the picture shapes? Something like this. The overview, and we can subdivide that. Take the points. vertex crease. Would have expected that to do a little more. I'd still need the. There we go. Then we can vertex crease. I'm gonna do boom, boom, boom. Not super helpful. It's these sections. Boom. Bit more resolution there. Okay. And let's switch our view to attribute. Just call the attribute, not color. Does that matter? No, as long as it has a color attribute. Okay. Set colors. There we go. So that's why, because we can make this, I can fill in the top, but then still make the edge nice and sharp. Yay. This goes all the way. Something went wrong. Boom. Gorgeous. I'm really excited to make the blue here. I think that'll be really fun. I think I need to add a shrink wrap too. Boom, do the same thing, above surface. Close enough for now. I do need to go back and adjust all of the vertex colors. I think I'm going to make a script for that, but I should be able to take all my objects, sample each face corner for the material color, and then assign that to the color attribute. So it should go quick, but apparently Substance Painter does not like baking material colors. It prefers vertex colors. This is crunchy. Shrink wrap for the subdivision. That's awful. Okay, just gotta be careful. Can always do one more pass after applying it. I think I'll have to. Right. And let's continue making that pattern. Oh, I see. Vertex paint that in a little bit better. And vertex paint this out. All right. Much nicer. Still very crunchy. I could always apply another subdivision. That definitely helped. Excuse me. I'm gonna split my view. So the tail's over here, and we're making this middle one. Need a crease for this one. I must have gotten rid of it. That looks pretty good. So that means that this right here is this one. This little piece go over here. here. It's got just the slightest little curve in. Mm. Cool. A little farther. Let's make another, even if it doesn't necessarily exist in the reference. Do one here-ish. Something like this. Crease down. And solve this vertex. So cuts here first. And dissolve. Okay, we'll come back to that. Now over here. Do something here. There. There. Just one more up to that big one. Something like that. Okay. I like it. Okay. Continue. Merge that. Vertex crease that. There, so. This one is going to be a little bit longer. I'm actually going to change how I'm extruding these. A little bit out like that. Might be nice for this one to kind of run up this little other chunk of fur. See now how I could have worked a little bit faster making these patterns. There was no reason for me to make one mesh. I could have just, like for these little pieces here, these little gray pieces, those could have just been a completely separate piece of geometry I placed over even these ones here. Rather than worrying about like connecting them perfectly, though there are some spots where it does connect, so it's worth doing. For these little ones especially. All right. Is that closer? It's already touching this other surface. Doesn't matter, I can paint that in. Okay. I don't want to have to do everything from scratch for these little tips, so we're going to steal. We're going to go ahead, head over to our low poly, or tail tough, and we'll take these ones, duplicate, and send to high poly. And then also just duplicate this one and send to tail poly. Okay. Got a message saying, but PayPal fixed itself. I was able to send. Oh, thank you, Kibo. I appreciate that. Yeah. Sorry for juggling all these other projects. I feel like I've been. It's not. Oh, it's just one other project, but I feel like I've been neglecting my communication. Thank you. And go ahead and attach these here. I think. How is that not snapping differently? Well, leave those. Let's see. All right. And on these ones, I guess we can combine them. Now, I want to add that color attribute. Sure. Color. All right. Cool. A nice starting point for tail tips. And I'm not. That's anything else. Just all right, there we go. Cool. Hmm. It's gonna be interesting. All right, so the main tip does have the largest spike, like the shapes do follow, they go into the tufts. So we'll want to mimic that. It's not really a ton of extra space. Um, I'd love to be able to use my snapping. I guess I cannot. And I guess this point would be the biggest, right? Here. Okay. Like that. Okay, cool. So big points in between. So it goes up, down, up, down. So this should be a point here. Cut this, merge at last, and sharpen it. Boom. We'll make kind of two here. We'll do another one. That. I'll be right back. I've run to the restroom. BRB. we're back. Okay. Put the reference up on the other screen. Like my main monitor, the colors are really desaturated. Interesting. I need to up. Might be time for a new monitor. Yeah, wow. Comparing the two, I think this is, well, doesn't look any different to y'all, but it's not really quite what it looks like. We instead have these large shapes with small threads. So I'm going to close this one up like so. And maybe we'll do this one and this one. Okay. Take these corners, solve. Oh, all right. Looking good. This one looks goofy as hell, though. Why the it's all messed up? Or, I see. It is the vertex colors. There we go. Okay. This is looking a lot better. We could probably go with even longer little swoops. Let's increase that spacing a little bit more. Okay. These ones. Smaller. Push them out a little ways. Pretty good. I suppose these don't have to intersect perfectly. Or like, yeah, this is not a complete apology we're doing, so I can just have them intersect lazily. Actually, the pattern up here is kind of interesting because we see a V-type shape here, but the top of that V is on the middle of the tail. So it's really kind of like a W shape from the top, or an N. Either way, um, make that 2. Just finish the blue first. Finish the blue. How to finish the blue. There's a start. Does really prefer a tear here in order to let the other color come through. One like that. Well, we'll have to fix that. And do this. And fill. And grease. Okay. Cool. 10:44. We got quite a bit of time. 4 hours. About halfway through the day now. It's very beautiful in the sunlight. Okay. Mm. Okay. We'll do one of these. I really like how that looks. Nice. This one's a little too low. Maybe we can raise that up just a smidge. Probably gonna have to redo a decent amount of this because I don't actually have any shrink wrap applied yet. I guess we could bake the ID, remove this part, and then bake again. Just have two separate maps. That would work pretty well. Okay, almost there. We just need to connect this section. Be nice to have like a little strip here to prevent that wobble. Maybe a little bit here to finish this point. Okay, so that'll have to come from here. Mm. Boom. Okay. This is really wobbly. That's annoying me. Same with this one. All right, much better. She didn't have this glossiness. Is there a gloss at all? There we go. Ooh, I like how that looks. Okay. I'm actually a big fan of the unlit, of flat colors. It's kind of fun to have, like, I don't know. I wonder how that looks in VR. I like that. Very cool. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. be nice to have. Little break up of the shape. Like a nicer swoop, or do we want, maybe it should come in here a little bit. Get a nice, another little V cut in. Um, later. Text. I see why you saved the tail for later. Yeah, I'm still not sure. We'll have two materials, one for the body and one for the tail. Love everything to be one material, but sometimes that's hard to do. Thank you. You too many. A little bit cleaner to look at. Would be the goal. Good. Ooh, it'd be nice to have another spike going up the middle here. That is what we're missing currently. So let's take this section. I want to delete that. And then take this edge, run it O, back a ways. And then we just delete this. Okay, a little too far. Move it one back. Don't like this spacing here. Don't need to be as sharp as they. A little bit of rounding. It's actually pretty nice. Okay. I think this looks good. It's just this area left now. Okay. Almost. We're getting there. Closing in. I like it. I think that's good for now. Good enough to start baking. Maybe one little additional bumperoonie right here. Very good. Okay. slowing down a little bit, that is for sure. Lunch is calling my name. We break for lunch in about 30, 45 minutes. A little bit of weirdness right here. That's about it. All right, so now we got some things to think about. Do it to all of them. Some of them. Oh, this is the low poly that I'm doing. You know, honestly, I should do that more often. Well, it's not what I'm baking though, is it? So let's hide the low poly and turn on the high poly. Now we're gonna sample a lot of colors. Hey there, Fox Gamer. Welcome. I've been doing well. How about yourself? Up to anything fun? Swell. Well, good. Okay, like a baseball or a football game or something. Sounds fun. Just glad we already have all these assignments. Actually, it won't take long at all. Heck yeah. A lot of my family's really into baseball, so I'll go watch that every now and then. Been a long time since I've seen a football game in person, though. Good to see you're doing fine. Thank you. Set that one a little bit differently. Oh, looks cool already. Excuse me. Not too bad. Ugh. Suppose that's it right there. The rest there. of vertex paint. Let's turn on wireframe. Turn off wireframe. And select. Perfect. And we'll turn on this face mask. The one we're knocking the color out of should be pretty good there. All right, that wasn't too bad at all. Good. Whoa, crunchy. Hopefully the game you're making does good. Well, thank you. Right now I'm just making a avatar for VR chat. So this is not for a game necessarily. Well, I guess technically it is for a game, but I'm not making a game. Not yet. I am actually making a bunch of geometry node tools, and I'm posting those on my Gumroad for a free download if anyone's interested in checking those out, because I've been having a lot of fun with that. And I think they'll be quite useful for anyone looking to learn geometry nodes. I love how it looks with all the flat colors. Very satisfying. Oh, you were making the medieval stuff. You was making a game. I actually was doing some D&D related work, but unfortunately, I had to switch my attention back to other projects, back to making avatars. But I was making some medieval stuff that's available on my Gumroad too. So if you want to check that out, it's all up there. Got like a cast of D&D characters, a few other things. So pretty pleased with how it came out. Definitely a learning experience. Thank you. Nice to see you too. Definitely enjoy your day, Fox Gamer. And thanks for coming by. Hello, Snardom. Welcome. You too. Thank you, Fox Gamer. Life is good. We're finishing up some work on our boy here. Boy. Abby looks great. Thank you. Yeah, quite pleased with how everything's coming out right now. Oh, I can just hit Shift R. Speedy. Hopefully we'll be having some textures in Unity by the end of the day. That's kind of the goal currently. We'll get there. How's your day been going, Snardom? What have you been up to? Getting all your Linux stuff set up? These are the same now. It's going to be covered by hair, so I'm not super worried about it. Get all set up. Just need to use this machine more. It's my personal spaceship, so I don't use it for work, strange enough. Still looking for nice 2D options, so if people have suggestions for 2D options, like Photoshop stuff, or like image editing. Okay, yeah. Um, I've been loving Photopea. I don't know if that's if you used it before, but I really like it. Just require a browser. Okay, gorgeous. That looks good. Oh, interesting. I like that the hair is all white. need to do this necessarily, but I think I'm gonna regret it. Some of those may have multiple groups. Okie doke. Checked it out. It's nice, but I'm always looking for more. Using Inkscape for vectors, but I personally love Affinity for vector. Such an awesome Bool-like tool to create complex shapes from many vector paths. Ooh, okay. Affinity. Is it free? No, it's not free. Damn. Excuse me. All right. Okay. Let's bake. All right. Pain total. Last Christmas, you could buy a license, $50 for everything. Got that, but it's not Linux compatible. Bummer. Hmm. Inkscape or something else? I think I missed. You know, I wonder. This could be a mistake, but you might be able to just use some LLMs to generate your some of your some of the photo operations you like to do. Inkscape or something else. I think I missed part of the conversation. Snardom was referring to Affinity Design. Ooh, that looks good. And those colors actually look correct this time. Yay. A little bit of a gap there. Very satisfying. So crisp and tidy. We need to change the eye to close up that gap, or eyelash. And we need to set vertex colors for the piercing. Okay. Whoa! Also, you might have to look into it, especially when it comes to curve slash path slash anything vector. Inkscape is what I currently use on Linux vector stuff. But they made a new package a while ago on sale, but learning new software is such a pain. It never ends. So let's go back. Go to the high poly. And on this one, I'm going to go to geometry nodes. Add geometry node, boom. And we'll say store named attribute. I want a color. Store it on the face corners. I want this to be the name and that to be the color. Okay, so the name will be color. Do the store. Maybe we need to. We're storing it. Color, face corner. That should be correct. I mean, that does nothing. Changing the name does something. Hello, Risa. I wonder if we export it, if it'll be okay. Face corner, color. Yeah. Maybe if we, yeah, maybe exporting it will be fine. But yeah, and then the eyelash does need to be updated. So we're going to go to, oh, I have the tail on, but it's not included. I have a question. How often do you automate processes in your workflow? Not super often. Depends on how you think of it, but a lot of times if it's just stuff that I'm doing a lot of, like just doing a lot of the same thing. So for example, I made the rapid update add-on for myself, which can take a bunch of collections and has a target object, and it updates that object from those collections. That way I can keep my process nice and broken apart. But it's definitely one of those things where it can be a toss-up on whether your time is worth spent on it. So I feel like that's always a struggle with that kind of thing. It's like I could automate, but I also might get stuck in it. Or for example, I was fitting my outfit to make it compatible with another avatar, but this avatar has 7 different blend shapes for the boobs, so I decided to automate processes like making a dedicated blend shape to fit the clothes. So then if I mess up, I can always return to the original state. That to me sounds like it'd be worth it. I personally think shape keys are like the most fragile thing. Like rigging's annoying, but shape keys, in my personal opinion, are worse because they're purely destructive as an operation. So anything you can do to automate that. I've spent a lot of time automating my own shape key workflow, so I would say yes in that case. I also have dedicated meshes with dedicated weight paints for the different blend shapes. Doing that over and over again led me to make some Blender operators to do that in one go. Dedicated meshes, dedicated weight paints. You might want to look into using the data transfer modifier. That's what I usually use to pass information between my meshes, because you can mask it with a vertex group. Be like, take all the vertex groups from this object, but only in this spot. Another thing that I do a lot of, and I can send you this script right now, is I built this add-on right here, Shape Key Converter. So you can transfer the shape keys to GeoNode attributes, apply all your modifiers, work with it like normal, and then convert them back. I think actually I've sent it to you, but I can send it again if not. But that's super nice because then you can still work with modifiers. Store shape keys, apply modifier if possible, then add new modifiers and repeat. Arg, I hate it with a passion. Yeah, it's a huge pain. So in terms of your first question, that for that particular stuff, yes, totally worth automating. The moment I had to redo all the vicemes on a character because it's just so fragile, it's when I dedicated my life. Was when I decided that I needed to automate a lot, big part of that. What I do is simply duplicate my mesh. It'd be nice to sync all the blend shapes across meshes, sync as in the information they have, but obviously doing this with different meshes and not instances because I need different weight paints. New mesh, sync all the blend shapes across meshes. Not something I control because you know the avatars in the market have their meshes and it's not like I can edit those. Yeah. So personally, how I would address what you're describing is with geometry nodes, you can store a vector attribute on the points, and you can always convert any vector point attribute to a shape key down the road using a script. So you can work with it with standard Blender stuff, standard Blender geometry nodes, scripts and stuff, and then whatever vector attributes you could add a little prefix or something, so you could find those later and convert them into shape keys. Duplicate it because it's not the same. You have a shirt for small breasts, then for big breasts, and that's why the dedicated weight paints. No, that totally makes sense. Yeah, geonodes and my rapid update. My rapid update might be a pretty good fit for what you're describing, because it'll apply geometry nodes and stuff. I'll have to do a tutorial for it at some point. One day. Someday. Oh man, my neighbor's dog is barking up a storm, of course. Boom, 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 boom. Bam. It's not something I can control because the avatars and mark have the meshes. It's not like that. Would you mind repeating that? My PC froze and I couldn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. No, you're totally fine. So for I think the easiest way to pass along different attributes, especially shape keys, if you have a bunch of different shape keys, is you could okay. Here's probably how I would do it. Is so if all your meshes share the same UV map, you can use the UV map to transfer your attributes between your objects. So that's too complicated to say. I'll just say shape key attributes. As long as you can store vectors on the points, you can always use a script to turn that into a shape key later. So you could have one main mesh with all of these vector attributes stored for like displacements, or you can even sculpt your mesh and then convert your shape key using a script, convert your shape key from a blend shape into a point vector attribute. You can just use and that way you could have your one mesh, and inside of it you've got, instead of shape keys, you would have a list of attributes that you could then toggle on or off per object. So you could have your one main mesh, do all your edits on that mesh, you save all of your different attributes to that one mesh, and only when you're exporting it, would you have to go, okay, I'm going to use this shape key for this export, this shape key for that export, and you have your 6 different exports. But you have your one source mesh that contains all the attributes, rather than having a bunch of different meshes for them. That's probably what I would do. All right. Understand that. That's really helpful. I might implement part of the ideas more workflow. What I do right now is just to make the first mesh, make blend shapes out of it. Then I duplicate that mesh and make dedicated weight paints using robust weight transfer with the blend shape on. Okay. You could always take that original source mesh. If you wanted to automate it, another nice, rather than using robust weights, which sorry, rather than using robust weights, which is manual, you use the data transfer modifier with faces interpolated to get those blend shapes. Sorry, to get those vertex groups. I use that a lot now. I haven't used the robust weight transfer in actually quite some time, because what's nice about the data transfer is you could use masks. Like, you have your source body mesh, you use a mask to cut off the hands, head, and feet, so those aren't influencing the mesh you're transferring to in any way, and you can do like really targeted transfers. And then also mask your object and stuff. Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. Sometimes it's hard to communicate Blender things. I worry that I'm just rambling. It's a very good insight. I'll take it into consideration, not gonna lie. Just that robust weight transfer works with blend shapes. When I use data transfer with blend shapes on, it just uses the basis blend shape. Okay. If instead of shape keys, and I can send my shape key conversion script to you, you do make the blend shapes and then convert them to attributes, you could then use a geometry node to transfer that attribute along, because you can use sample nearest surface as like a data transfer interim, or especially if you're only transferring like one shape key. If you're transferring a bunch of shape keys, then that would be pretty fragile, so I wouldn't recommend it. But if you're just doing that, like, okay, I have my source mesh, and I'm making this variant for that one avatar, there's only one shape key I need to apply, that might work pretty nicely. Excuse me. Okay. Got all our vertex groups set up. We got the eyelashes set up. Got the ears. Is there anything else we are missing? Just a little bit of gap there. And a little tiny smidge there. Is that the high poly or the low? Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, good. Good. I'll not distract you anymore. I really appreciate the advice you gave me. I also need to start work today. See, hey, sounds good. Good luck with your work. And if you want any of those scripts I mentioned, just let me know. It's a little gap right here. No, I don't see it. So that would just be in Painter. Plus the low poly. Also might need to separate the claws. Claw. Just the teeniest little cut there. Oh. Thumb is way off. Is it though? It's not moved at all here, but unless it's hidden somewhere. Our collections. See anything hidden, revealing anything, but nothing. Weird. Let's just re-export the high poly, just in case. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. I swear I just re-exported that. So I don't know why it didn't. Doesn't matter. Don't matter none. It's actually big. All the maps. Alrighty. So we're just missing these little cheek fluff. But things look Good. So now we have this is the actual texture. This is not the high poly anymore. This is baked directly into the game already mesh. So this is what we'll be looking at inside of the game. Good. Okay. But the ear did not bake. I guess I didn't set up the colors for the ear. Boopy. Boopy! And actually one more object on the body components. Should have a bool for the nose, this one. Ah, cool. And I guess we'll export it one more time. I'm probably going to go on lunch in about 10, 20 minutes. Still have a gap right here. So a little bit more cleanup. But let's start having fun. Go template flat. We're going to put this up here. We'll call this gold. I like gold. Actually, we don't even need to do the color. We just want to do roughness, metallic. We're going to add a color selection here. We're going to sample this color. Now, should have that selected. We can turn up the metallic. And then we just need to mask out a few objects, such as body. Claws. And that's it. The gauge could look better. I'd like a nice flat cartoonish shape. Definitely need to separate the claws into their own UV maps. Awesome. There's some more. I guess the teeth are different, so. It's a little messed up. Also a lot messed up. Let's zoom in a little. Right now we are at a 2K texture and we're still getting some pixelation here. So I do feel very hesitant in going any lower resolution. And let's just play around with this too. So if we do the color, switch this to blur. We can blend between the two, which is interesting. So we can find like a nice, a soft middle ground. I always like that look. Just gives it like this little softness. Beautiful. Okay. Start writing down some notes. So we want to get the fur tufts included with body. We want to fix claw UVs. Going to be working after lunch today? Yes. Yes, I'll probably be working for next 3 hours or so, including going out for lunch. Or I'm not going anywhere for lunch, but stopping for lunch. Low poly eyelash gap. And then rebake. That'll be easy. Sweet. Enjoy watching. It's very interesting, even if it's mostly over my head. Well, it'll get more fun very soon once we get all the everything in Unity. And it's going to start picking up speed pretty quick. Excuse me. Don't lie. I was about to say you will mention Unity. Oh, curse you, Unity. Curse you. True. Unity does take forever. Damn you, Unity. You to hell. Blender cult fanatic. Front chest is always bothering to me. If I lower it like that, it looks hanging. If I point it out, it looks like a buff dude. I can't hit that sweet spot. Well, for me, what is very nice about what I do is that I have reference. So I have the blueprint, I have that drawing, and that makes things a lot clearer to me. There's definitely a challenge when it comes to 3D, which is searching for the right shape and modeling at the same time. I really like to just focus on finding the right shapes with like sculpting and using reference. And for like muscles and stuff, I might even, if I can find like a front on pose or reference image of someone with their muscles, or not muscles, not a buff person, like an anime character or something, I will just straight up put that image in Blender, try to match it exactly. Just like through matching the silhouette and stuff. Because that is a harder, you want to develop the intuition of what looks right, but that's a hard space to navigate if you're just relying on your intuition. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Makes sense. Someone sculpting clay IRL would be looking at a reference to exactly. Yeah, it reminds me of like math, you know. It's like in school, they want you to learn everything and they're like, you can't use a calculator on a test. It's like, do you think scientists don't use calculators? It's like there are tools that are so useful um, that you can develop that intuition without it. But it's just such a big space of challenges to explore that I think it's a lot of tools will just get you to those results much quicker. So that's my spiel. Call them Gen AI students. Well, I agree to a degree. I have to deal with programmers in school who end up not learning how to code by themselves. They now get fired from their internships. I call them Gen AI, the students. For basic math, you shouldn't use a calculator for obvious reasons. In college, it was required. I definitely think that when you're learning, intuition building is very good. But I think that if you just set out alone without the tools, it's easy to stay lost because like imagine you're sitting at home doing your homework. It's like, oh, I need to know if I did this right. Like you have to have that spectrum of reference. I think if you're just on the one end or just on the other end, uh it becomes too challenging or too easy. But you need both to kind of compare and contrast. Like, oh, like that's my intuition. Is it right? Have that nightmare. I can code, but I don't know the terminologies or exact equations. One FPS or file system, fine, but don't ask for a non-binary tree with a unit 16 buffer. Don't forget the toe beans. I believe the toe beans are already on there, or we just have like a big paw pad. Actually, that's a good question. How do you want the bottom of the paw? There's no reference on the for the foot. Yeah, I do wonder what learning will eventually be like. I do feel that there's nuance with everything. Um, but there's no. I think why I like thinking about that way is that there's not a right way to do something in the sense of like when you need to solve a problem, you know. Um, it really is just the result at the end of the day. And and I think especially with art, it's really easy to conflate process with doing it right. It's like you watch someone sculpt or do this and they're like moving really quick or doing things in a certain way. Like, oh, that has to be the right way to do it. But you don't have an intuition for what that actually looks like. Not yet. Oh, do I still have shrink wrap on? I do. I do. Ooh, pop my neck. Heading towards an intellectual crash with students of all levels outsourcing their learning to ChatGPT and not actually doing any learning themselves. A doctor has done their thesis by having it generated is not someone I trust my life and health with. The other side, we also now have more and more teachers using ChatGPT to create their content. Full circle. In other words, read a book. Don't have the book read itself to you. The same people that are looking up things on ChatGPT, we're leaning on it heavily, or whatever your taste level is with that, it is important to think that even without ChatGPT or AI in general, those still would have been the same people doing those things. I think it's more a crisis in character than it is a crisis in tool usage. It's like, do you actually want to learn? Like, learning has certain qualities and aspects to it. Like if these are the people, students, obviously you want them to learn this and that, but right now there's a lot of doctors and professionals looking up these answers on ChatGPT, and they would have basically been doing the same thing without it, right? They would have consulted or look. I think that the the core problem, the core issue you have with that has nothing to do with the tool and everything to do with that person's character. People seem to think that the purpose of life is to have trophies or achievements show up, not realizing the whole point is to earn those things, not the quantity of participation trophies on your shelf. Yeah, and at the same time, it's like, no one knows everything. And I think with AI, you have less of an excuse to not at least know something about an issue. Even if it's wrong or infactual, or you come away with a different impression. At the end of the day, before AI, before Google, this just would have been an actual blank spot for people. Like it wouldn't have been something that you could even talk about because they just wouldn't know that thing. Like they wouldn't even have touched that problem or question or no. Oh, hello. Someone waking up? People but yes, it does really, because like especially over the last 20 years or so, there's like the grift and like the grift culture, the grind culture, grind set, drop shipping, this and that, and a lot of those things were built on shortcuts and just like, oh, what's the cheapest, easiest way to do this thing? I just want results. I don't care if I know these things or whatever. All the people who are already doing that kind of character quality, I think that now there's a rising tide where it's like anyone can get that kind of generic first answer. Like expertise will only be more highly valued because now you're looking around and there's a bunch of people who think they know everything or are just regurgitating something. It's like expertise will have a higher premium. When you say character, I see students a bit. They kind of want to know, not learn, aka time-consuming effort. Discrete kids have been driven to depression, suicide by chatbots. I just think they need to be restricted like alcohol and tobacco. Chatbots and a search engine, just bullshit noise. That either sounds possible. It's not learning stuff. That's just consuming random crap. I think for me, AI and chatbots are two very different things. Chatbots, LLMs, they have a lot of problems. They have a lot of issues, and they really hold the limelight when it comes to AI. But there are a lot of really, really compelling and much more interesting advances happening in the intersection with like large amounts of data and deep learning neural networks, things like science and biology, things where it's not necessarily trying to learn to be a human, it's just trying to learn a very nicely sliced problem or sets of problems. And the progress we're seeing there really, it's not nonsense. Like it that those are making huge strides, huge advances. They just don't make headlines, and they certainly aren't in people's TikTok feeds. um, Google literally made their search engine worse to try and push people to their AI model. Hey, data rights, privacy rights, who owns what, and how you get to get to touch it. I think those are all pretty important issues. Um, but in my mind, there's definitely a big cultural shift and zeitgeist happening when it comes to LLM. It's like all I think it does is really put the people who don't care or don't want to learn or they're now competing with the bottom of the barrel LLM generations, and it'll definitely get better over time. Algorithms, machine learning have been around for decades and definitely an amazing tool. Supercharged capitalist Gen AI is poisoning the well of everything. I'm not that up in arms about it. It's just another tool. It's just another tool. Use it or don't. But I remember Google was coming around, was like, oh, we won't know things anymore. Wikipedia came around, it's like, we won't know things. It's just another hype cycle for another change, and you get both sides. I'm in camp. I, for one, welcome our new AI overlords, not the companies, mind you, but the tool possibilities. Hello, hello, hello. And another thing that always I think gets lost in the conversation is like LLMs, chatbots. They really just soak up so much of the conversation. Well, there's really interesting things happening in robotics, medicine, and all these other places that don't make headlines that are much more interesting and actually consequential. Um, Personally, I really feel like the it's easy to use LMs, and I understand students abusing things, but students were lazy in the past too, and all it's just a new avenue for the same laziness. Nvidia's biggest business is robotics at the moment in their Omniverse, if I recall. It's awesome. I've actually been thinking I really want to start doing some training, take some of my avatars, or like just make some virtual robots and start training them in Isaac Sim. It'd be really fun to have like enemies that you literally trained in a video game. Apparently, Arc Raiders that's coming out right now. They used neural networks in a lot of their AI enemy AIs. That's not chatbots. That's like actual machine learning for physics and stuff. More robotics than it is. Uh, or hard to make that analogy. Do read topology. I don't know. It's just all the naysaying and stuff. It just reminds me so much of the start of the internet era and stuff. It's like, strangers online, or like, how are we gonna know things? What? I don't know. History repeats. Just machines and virtual environments learning to be better machines. Exactly. Like I said, it needs to be restricted if adults want to use the random word generator, then sure. Don't like kids that need to learn how to use and nurture the gray matter in their heads anywhere near it. Gen AI and social media should be age restricted. I don't disagree at all. I think those are very sensible ideas. Social media, especially, and then I think there'll be big restrictions over like. I just remember seeing this video of there's like an AI chatbot and some like translation tool in China, like a how to learn English tool, but the kid had to give it away or something, and anyway was like crying because it was basically you know saying goodbye to a translation buddy that they'd grown attached to. It's going to be a very interesting world when your toys tell you they're going to miss you before you throw them away. I don't know. Very very odd stuff. It's a fantastic book. Oh, what was it called? Yeah, he's written a lot. Venice Underground. That was an interesting one. Well, I feel guilty throwing away my next PC rig. Don't do that, Dave. Ow. Thanks. Freaking kitty cat. Get enough, need to do shopping and make some food. Enough shake my fist at the clouds for now. Have a nice rest of your day. Sounds good, Arctic. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you soon. All right, that looks better for the eye socket. Let's see how it fares getting exported. It needs to be the same material. Oh, interesting. Let's do a set material. One of my favorite pastimes, shaking fist. Ah, it's you, Cloud. I have to feed them in a little bit. I don't know if you can hear him. He's upset. Excuse me. Ooh, yeah, looks a lot nicer. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Meh. Maybe I should do this one too. Nah. Just this one. Let's do one more edge. Yeah, there we go. Then do a way to normal. Yeah. All right. That should look a bit nicer. Interesting. Why is there some white streaks here? Let's see. There's probably a mismatch in the baking. All right. I think I'll actually take my lunch right now because cats are bothering me. That's why she's sitting up here because she's hungry. But I can't let her sit there too long. It starts hurting my neck. So I'm gonna go get some food, and I'll be back in about probably about 30 minutes or so. So see you then. Snartum, Arctic, anyone else that's lurking out there, be back in 30 minutes or less. Magnus, I won't shout out everyone just yet. I'll be back. Hello. Excuse me. Okay. Does this keep getting over here? What is that? As far as I can tell, every collection is enabled. So why would there be just this random thing? Goodness. Sorry. Thank you, Kibo. Shit, where's my phone? Trust him. Hello, Snardom. I hope Arctic doesn't feel harassed by my AI comments. Excuse me. Let's say, hope I didn't bring chat streams last down with heavy topics. I mean, it's a worthwhile topic to get into. I feel like it's easy to be frustrated with the state of things. Sorry. Sorry to be coughing so much. These all have seams. Why aren't they unwrapping? Oh, let's see. Thank goodness it's Friday. Damn, that is a lot of resolution. What the? Wait, which am I selecting? Up or down? Let's do up. There was an automatic sorting for this. Small town landscape side view. I see that. The suburbs. All right, what would be the best way to get these in there? First, let's take out all the little small items. As people falling from their homes, the cruelty. Just shaking them on out. Fee, fi, fo, fum. A lot of overlap on that one. I definitely do not have space for the tail here, so the tail will be its own. Probably for the best. So close, yet so far. Well, no wonder you don't see custom avatars more. There is so much to this entire process, let alone art skill. It is certainly involved. It is a, yeah, just a lot of micro knowledge, you know? There we go. Kind of like this odd shape it has. It's a little scary looking. The eyelash. Okay. Super close. There's one issue. This guy right here. Look at that. Isn't that weird? It is weird. What it is it's all of these overlapping. So we need to go here and say make single user, object data, boom. And I'm in the way, I'm in the way, I'm in the way, I'm a little kitty cat. And she is in the way. She got upset. I did that to her. How dare he shake me and sing a little jingle. All right, let's see how that goes. So make sure in our scene, and I know I just exported it, but I just want to export the high poly again. Oh, my phone's about to die. Oh yeah, this thing is. Oh, it's messed up. All right. There we go. Okay, save. Back to Painter. Refresh everything. All right, sorry. Distracted. I still don't understand where this. Where is that coming from? And it's only on that side? Bluff is going wrong here. That's probably a mismatch in the naming. It is. That would mean that these are named improperly. So for tuft underscore ear underscore. Save one more time. Let's just review really quick. Anything else that needs to be changed? Got an odd intersection there. Ears got the color. Oh, right. Let me. Kibo, I'm gonna send you a message. Oh. And foot beans. Yeah, do you have reference for his foot? I have one other picture from another artist. I'll send it in Discord to you, but basically just copy the hand pause more or less. Okay, that's kind of what I thought, but just wanted to double check. Do you want like the exact same where in the middle of the palm or the middle of the sole of the foot, we have this bean pad, and then these other ones here on the actual fingers, those I was just going to make textures because that's what they are on the in the reference, like they're flat. Actually, I'll double check that too, because right now they're basically just flush with the skin effectively. If you like how this looks, then I'll just mirror that exactly. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Perfection. Is the middle pad on the hand paw floating a bit? It's got some space, but it's not like floating. No. Oh, interesting. It's like skin. That's just because we got face orientation on. All right. We'll probably save that for today. Let's do it right now. Still have missing low poly fur tuft ear. So I renamed that. Cheek. Ear. Low. Whoops. Ears. Here's low. All right, there we go. And before we get much further, let's take this. We're going to duplicate it, reset everything, look at the bottom, put it right about there. Brains! Bean, foot. We'll do that. Let me actually move this out to the main, outside of that collection. Turn on the high poly. And then let's adjust the bottom here. These. Wrong side. Okay. Something like that. And what we'll also do, excuse me, go into body components, duplicate these, send them out to body high poly. We're going to take this one, we're going to send it, we'll duplicate it, send the original back to the low poly collection. This one we'll rename to I. We're going to reset the position, delete everything, add a modifier, which will be called join selected object. I'd rather use object. Nope. And oh, shit. Okay. Make single user, and then relink them. I think I was changing the old one. I did not want to do that. Then yeah. How's that look, Kibo? Maybe a little bit bigger. These ones are a little bit more square. Good. Awesome. Feels good. Okay. Time to re-export everything again. Save. Select everything. Export all collections. Seems a bit flat, excuse me, compared to the main pad, though. Let's see how it looks as a texture, because they'll all be pretty flat in the end. A lot of any perceived depth might go away for the, unless you're referring to the actual bean pad. Middle pad compared to the finger ones. Let's take a little look-see. Oh wait, cancel. Your meshes have no match. Cube, cube, bean, foot, low. Okay. Should have exported the bean foot high. Bean foot high. Oh no, it was not in the collection. That would do it. These don't have names, but they do need names. So pattern, those, one. Should make a little checker for myself. I could make a little script that checks for me in Blender. That'd be a lot faster. Look from the side, the difference is very apparent. Yeah, there's quite a bit of volume. Oh, sorry. Wouldn't say having them smaller or bigger matters too much, just make them uniform in volume. Gotcha. Well, we will send those over in a little bit. Did I even bake? Everything has a match. Bake. I just baked. There we go. Okay, getting a little bit of, interesting. Those look odd. Here. We'll have to adjust the normals on the high polys. It's quite dark, which is interesting. I think it darkens, but it looks good. Just have to add up a little. Crunch. So teeth, beans. Look at the beans real quick. This one is the high poly. Let's do the low poly. So that's the source of this shape. Good. Okay. Teeth. Okay. Easy fix. Also make the finger pad and the middle pad on the hands uniform volume as well. We'll get into tweaks in it eventually. I'm gonna get through some of the other work first. Let's see. Got the low poly. Okay. All UVs. We did all these. Okay, those should be good. And do one more export, one more bake. Oh. Something's wrong there. Oh, of course. Foolish me. There we go. 140, we've got another hour at the most. Oh yeah, it's good. Might have to push these below the surface. Those look nice and clean. Beautiful. Okay. So, let's add a few other things. We're going to say I. And all this will do is actually just make wet. Interesting. Do another one. All mouth. Select these. This one will also be quite shiny. Do the inside like that too, which will also be a bit shiny. At the very least will contain our mouth collection. Got some baking issues. I still don't understand, where is this coming from? There's like this invisible geometry that's getting exported. It's annoying. It's also pretty crunchy right there. Okay. Let's do our shadows. World space normals. Shadow. Cool. That looks nice. All right. Actually, also going to include shadow for the top of things, which I'm only going to put on those teeth. So we'll make a paint layer, mask everything in black, and just these ones. Please. Mesh maps are not paintable. What are you talking about? Sorry, what? Paint. What did I do? Okay, I see. I was in the view. That confused me. Okay. Bam. Set to multiply. Not that good, actually. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, we'll leave that alone. Actually, should probably put, should be a bar actually, so it should go through. $130. Okay, I want to set up the whole pipeline so Monday we can sit down and just get right into it. So we're going to open up Unity and start throwing our stuff in there. Accursed Unity. Well, it's going to take a little bit of time. Still loaded. But we can start exporting our textures. We need to make the folders first. I guess I could just copy, paste the template. Hello, Quartz Creations. Welcome. Yes, indeed. Kibo? 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 One of many names. we export? I think so. While Unity's still loading, I'm actually going to go to the low poly. We're going to bring the text, we're going to put the textures onto our character. Go to shading. So many Unity projects, dear God. Oh God. Didn't let me delete any. Those two. Cool. So now we can view the baked texture in Blender, which will give us a lot more insight into how everything's coming along. Oh yeah, and that made me want to test the fur tufts. Now we can actually see how they're faring. I already added this. I already added this one. And some odd banding here. So we are sampling the nearest face interpolated from the UV's full power. No vertex group. That should look better. Why is it not? Sampling the body low, everything's zeroed out. Like right here, there shouldn't be any issue. This is just a solid patch of this color. So let's disable this. And we'll make a new data transfer. That's just the face corners. For the UVs, yeah, that looks better. So I wonder why the difference. Okay, for all the mirrored ones, this one will work just fine. I'll say copy modifiers. There we go. Now the EV view is different from what it will look like in Unity. We'll go to flat, texture, disable. This will be much more similar to what it's going to look like. In game. Oh yeah, this is my favorite method for fluff. Is we really don't have to what's I gonna say? Rely on getting certain things perfect. We can just I don't have to bake each strand. I can just blend it with what already exists. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves there. Shoulders look great. These ones, not so great. In fact, these ones actually should just all be in the white. Do not like these ones. Kind of messing up this little pattern here, so I'm going to get rid of these two. I'm going to lower them down. Oh, that's also I don't have to. It's wobbly here. That's because we need to triangulate. But I think I want to add that a little further down the line. All right, things are looking good. I like the fluff on the elbow. That looks really nice. Very cool. Cool. Overall, very good. Save this. Yeah, so that's all the baking objects. We're going to make a new collection we'll call Kibo Body. Down here, mesh, which will be called Body. We're going to go to Rapid Update. We're going to put the body low poly in this object. And we're also going to put the fur tufts and the tail, sorry, the tail low poly. It's my modifier I was talking about earlier. We're going to update. Save. Darn. I did bake it. Wall. So one more time. Bake again. Okay. Oh, I'm definitely feeling the Friday right now. Ignore the tail. It does look odd. That's because we haven't baked it yet. In fact, I need to rebake that one more time because in fact we need to rename this because this is the Kibo body material. Not Kibo material, Kibo body material. And on the tail, the poly. Kibo tail. Ooh! I don't know if you heard that. That was my knee. Okay. So we're just going to manually export this right now. Save again. All right. Now let's do some fun stuff. We're going to enable rim lighting. This first one's going to be our shadow rim. Flip that to multiply. Make it dark. We'll switch the mix base color to maximum and then turn down that alpha. Don't want a lot of this. We just want like enough to give it a bit of form. I might make the outline smaller and everything. Or there's a fixed size outline. Gonna have to limit the outline in quite a few places. Oh, that's better. I think just a touch of outline is nicer. Feels crisper. Can't wait to make that nose shiny. Placement's a little awkward. All right. Then we're also going to add this one. Should just give it a little bit of pop. Yeah. Just a touch more. Beautiful. Should have also added the hair. Aha. The hell are these? I think that the hair probably has the wrong material. So, 216. Wonderful. Don't know where this material is coming from in here. Let's review. So if we go here, So body. In fact, everything in here should just be Kibo body. Nothing outside of that. Tail low should just be Kibo tail. Fur tufts just be. It must have been this thing here. I'm gonna get rid of that. Think about it. Gonna try to do Minion Arts tutorial on light-based stencil buffer. Very performant, but you code the shader, so it's gonna be hell. That definitely sounds like a lot of work. But a great learning opportunity. Loading. Woo! Sorry. Excuse me. I don't know why those materials keep getting included. Well, if there's nothing that they're actually attached to, they shouldn't be getting exported. So I shan't worry. I'm gonna duplicate this, rename tail. I'm going to get rid of all this stuff. Boom. 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 Okay. So that'll be the tail. Material. Shiny. I'll just turn off the smoothness for now. $222. Oh, definitely feeling Friday. It's like one of those moments where like, I want to stop. Okay, I only got 30 minutes left. Looks so good with the hair and collars on. It's gonna look so good with the hair and collars. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. How do you feel about the fluff on the chest? Like, we might be able to get a good profile, but I think it's gonna suffer. The emblem here, or this pattern, is gonna suffer a little bit. No matter what, if we have these tufts on the front. Would you want those, or would you want those if that's the case? I could try to rearrange it too to be able just work with it a little bit better. Okay, do you like the fluff? Perfect. We'll try to just rearrange it next time around. I think so. We should be able to make it at least not have this splotchy effect. Okay, gotcha. Oop. Okay. 2:24. 30 minutes. Let's make his eye texture. So we're going to go to Painter. We're going to enable our first mask. Excuse me. Channels, user, 0. And on the base layer, we'll enable user 0, black. On the eye, re-enable it to 0, maximum, save. Load. So that's in our masks 1, means rendering, or what is it? Full modifiers, data, mask, textures, mask 1. Okay. And then in our decals, there we go. So now we have control over this color here. And we'll do a little bit more with that in a second. Let's also double check that our second UV map on the character looks correct. Yes, it does. We can see the big eyeball in there. Ignore everything else. Select the fix up that gauge there. Let's write that down. Gauge. Okay, let's open up Instamap. Alrighty. So, new project. Like an element graph. Default. In my base color. Deleted. Deleted. All right. Now we're going to open up the reference on my other screen and zoom in on the eyeball. Excuse me. I'm going to start with circle. And we're going to blend with that circle. This yellow with this blue. Save. We'll put this in. Then take this, use a reroute. Load! Thank you. Thank you. I just had to click it 1 billion times. And then do an edge detection over here. I don't know why I'm having to click so frequently. We'll switch it to stroke. And then we'll get another blend. We'll use this also as the mask. This will be our background. And the foreground will be this dark blue color on the edge of the eye. Beautiful. Then reroute again and use a transform to shrink the image. Also kind of squish it in just a little on the side. Let's make sure that our sampling is clamped so we don't get that extras. And then you guessed it, we're just gonna grab another blend. This goes into the background, this goes into the mask, this goes into the output, and we've got a whole nother blend. This time, it'll be white. So I think it's white. Let's just double check by sampling. It is bluish. One more blend. This time we're basically doing the same thing. We're going to copy, paste this. We want another edge detection. This time around center. And it should be red. Okay. All right, let's go here. Let's kind of squish this one a little. Let's take that center one, squish it down even more. We also need the half shadows. All this logic just for an eyeball. I've just found, like, I could do this all in Photoshop. I like systems, though. I like being able to go back and be like, oh, I want to change just this piece or just that piece. And feels a little more straightforward in this for me. Okay, so we're gonna actually blend in a few more pieces. Here. Actually, no, this should be. Do so dark blue, the light blue, and this even lighter blue. Okay, so again, we're blending. This might is pretty close to the color I need. But it actually should be the background. And this color goes here. That's the background. Take it back. Like that. And the foreground, gotcha, is this lighter color. There. Okay. And then we blend in one more time. So this one should be kind of similar, a little down further. A little in. This will be the opacity mask for this one. This one we're going to blend in that even lighter color. And then this is our cool. Pretty close. Pretty darn close, actually. This edge should be slightly thinner. Say should look dark or background should be lighter. Yeah. Beautiful. All right, that looks awesome. Now we're just do one final little effect here. Just a slight blur to all of this. I think I'm going to blur this part additionally. Not for right now. All right. Okay, and the reason we do a system is because, oh, I need to scale the eye. Just, I can do the whole thing. Scale it all at once. Beautiful. I will probably need to make it. Thank you. Detection looks... Beautiful. Beautiful little system. Okay, now let's go ahead and bake this out. Export image. We just want base color. And we'll put it in do 1024 seems fine. All right, save. Back to Unity. We now have our eye. We can go to that decal we were setting up, make sure it's set to UV1. Now, yeah, seems a little small. So let's say probably 3 times the size. Just be a little rough with it. Oh, a little bit smaller. Let's adjust everything. Oh, wow, the day just flew by, didn't it? Pretty close. Pretty close. There's a few changes I see that we need. First being, I do want the like eye crevice here. So I'll probably imply that with mesh right here, either with texture or actual geometry. Get the little like eye crease. Next would be somehow getting the normals of the eye here to. This is quite crunchy. Oh, actually, we have a solution for that, which is to include triangulate modifier on the final version with fixed alternate, keep normals enabled. That should work. Crunchy. Beautiful. Much cleaner. That's one of the most subtle changes that you can add that has the biggest impact. All right. I want to work for about, well, let's see. You know what? I'm going to call it here. It is Friday. And got a lot to look forward to when we get back. Character is looking amazing. So super, super stoked with our progress here. And we'll pick it up Monday. Hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. Thank you all for hanging out. Sorry to miss a few days this week. I was working, but just had to get to other stuff. But yeah, maybe I'll put some time in over the weekend. I'm not going to promise that right now, but if I do, I'll of course give you an update, Kibo. But enjoy your weekend. Looking forward to wrapping up your avatar next week. It's going to be a good one. Have a good weekend. Snardom, you also have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Get some good rest. You're already up late. Love the blend. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone else that's working out there, hope you're all having an amazing Friday. Enjoy your weekend. If I don't see you during the weekend, see you Monday. Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.